Okay, great. Hello, everybody, and we are glad to welcome you to the second day of our the product camp. And today we will have a lot of interesting speech. And our first guest is Mahmoud Yasin. And now Mahmoud will tell us interesting topic about mesh architecture. And Mahmoud, let's start.
Yeah,
Hello?
thanks a lot. Thanks for the intro.
Yeah.
All good, right? You can hear me? Shall I? Yeah.
Yes, that's
Okay,
great.
cool. Good day, everyone. My name is Mahmoud. I'm joining you remotely from Amsterdam. Unfortunately, I couldn't be in person this time, but maybe next year. I'm quite impressed with the conference and what has happened yesterday. I tuned in online and I saw a lot of interesting speeches. So it really gave me good energy. And since we are in product camp, I think we're all talking about products and how we make cool products, etc. But a cool product cannot exist without a solid architecture. And this is the core of my discussion or session today, because I'm going to focus on the data side of the game. Of course, data is the most important asset of all, but without good architecture, you may jeopardize your product and maybe won't be able to have the best product ever. So my session today is about data mesh architecture. And I know it's maybe a little bit advanced, but it is the hottest data architecture in the market. And I prepared a small deck for you to walk through also the previous architectures with a projection to the data mesh architecture, but also why it is now doable to think of a data mesh because of the cloud computing, let's say, role that it plays. The agenda of today will look like this. So I'm going to give a little bit of history first, because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. And then introduction of this new architecture called data mesh. And then we're going to jump into the ones who are maybe more enthusiastic, a little bit technically about best practices. And then we also, from a fairness point of view, I'm going to exchange with you the challenges with data mesh, so you have a complete picture after this session and decide for yourself or your company if this is the right architecture for you. So before we start, very important, let's say, world that I need to explain here in any business, we have what we call the OLTP versus the OLAP. So OLTP stands for Online Transactional Processing Systems. And those are the systems that keep the business alive. So if you are, let's say, have a CRM application and you maintain a database that contains the customer names, addresses, and stuff like that. And this is, let's say, someone is logging into your website and filling in a form. This data is stored in, let's say, for example, a MySQL database that is operational side. So this kind of data systems are concerned with, for example, accuracy, completeness. Time is very crucial because you don't want to make an order, let's say, in a basket and then wait for a day to realize that your order has been confirmed, right? That would be a weird experience. So that's, let's say, all the systems that lives in this era. It's called online transactional processing. And there is in the other spectrum of the world, which is more the analytical side, so online analytical processing. So let's say you made a million orders in your application and in your product, and now you want to analyze these 1 million transactions and see the trends, try to predict the future or learn from the past, run some analytics, being it simple analytics like a dashboard that feeds into your product owner or your C-level layer to tell them how much we have sold, let's say, over the last week, year, months, and the projection of the future. All these analytical stuff falls into the analytical side, and including also machine learning, AI, and all the cool stuff that happens in that world. For any product to survive, for any business to survive, you need that combination of these two, right? So something to keep the business alive and something to analyze how people are doing and interacting with it. And that is, let's say, the goal to be a data-driven organization, that you need to marry these kind of two worlds together, and that is quite important. If you look into a little bit characteristics, I already covered pieces of it, but to take you in the loop. So the transactional side needs its kind of client-facing applications. You know, think of Amazon.com, yeah, or Booking.com. Oh, by the way, I work for Booking.com. I forgot to introduce myself. And yeah, so you log into our application or our website, and then this is a client-facing application. All the details that you do there are stored in a transactional system. Has to be high available, functional. When you click book, you should get a booking, and if it should be highly responsive, so people wouldn't like to use our service if you click on book now and then you get a confirmation after a day or two. On the other side, yeah, so we also have a huge analytical side where we analyze the people, the trends of bookings, countries, hot countries, low countries of per months, per year, per quarter, and many other analytics. And this is more for the dashboard and matrix and stuff like that. And there is this small link between these two worlds. So if you want to analyze data on the right side, you need to bring the data from the left side. And this process is called as an ETL process. And it means extract. So we need to extract information, do some transformation, and load it into analytical processing where we can have some fun. And if I build like a timeline on how data architecture in the analytical side, so that will be my focus for today, you will see that, for example, in the 60s, there's this classical architecture, which is called, let me just bring, yeah, the pointer. So this is like the data warehouse architecture. And data warehouse means like, okay, you bring all the data from these different domains or systems, put it in a centralized place, and build a data model that stores this information, and then run all type of analytics and queries here. It was a very great architecture till the data got changed a little bit. So from the 60s till the 20th century, like what happened is the data, it changed in nature. So instead of like normal bits and bytes, now we have like videos, we have XMLs, we have unstructured, structured, and semi-structured data that requires us also to analyze them. So videos need to be analyzed, audios need to be analyzed in order to produce meaningful information. So another architecture came, which is a data lake architecture. And the idea behind the data lake is store everything that you get and later worry about how you're going to model when you try to read it. So the warehouse was more, okay, bring the data in, fit it into a model and then read it. But the lake is more, put everything that you have, including semi-structured, unstructured data. And then when times of consumption come in, then you should worry about how to read it. But these two both, let's say, share a common thing, which is this centralized store in the middle. So both of them asks you to store the data in a central place, and mainly IT. And that creates a lot of challenges over the year because you try to teach the IT team some business information, and that's not scalable or not also future-proof because IT wants to just do IT stuff, and this is more of a business challenge. So cloud computing came to the game, let's say, of course, it's before 2015, but I'm just putting like when things got like really high. It's changed the nature, made it easier to do this architecture because on top of a cloud computing, a lot of angles has been taken care of you from an infra point of view and from, let's say, complexity, but still, you still need to have this central team in the middle or store in the middle that facilitates the discussion between a domain and a domain. So data mesh architecture came around 2018, and it tries to challenge this centralized approach by decentralizing this monolithic, let's say, piece in the middle. And it says like, okay, instead of having this big green thing here in one place, let's just move the green part to become part of each domain, right? And that is, let's say, a fundamental kind of change, because here you are pushing the analytical side, if you remember the analytical side together with the operational side, the OLTP and OLAP that I spoke about in the beginning, and becomes a data domain responsibility. So this is really a game changer. And in the next slides, I'm going to explain what it means and how it reflects. And also from a completeness point of view, there's also a lakehouse architecture, which is tries to bring the best of both these two in one place, and still also very, very interesting architecture to follow. So deep dive on data mesh a little bit. So it is, as I told you, tries to challenge, let's say, the centralized data team in the middle, and then move it into what we call a domain thinking. So each domain contains their operational and analytical data stores side to side. And that has a fundamental change because it is aiming to democratizing your data, born decentralized, so you don't have to have this kind of central team, which will have eventually a big backlog of, let's say, changes, and then they are not able to scale because they don't understand the data, and then you're stuck as a business. Data mesh has very, very solid 4 principles. As you can see here, it has something called data domain ownership, data as a product, and I think this is very interesting for this group, self-service data platform, and federated computational governance. In the next part, I'm going to focus on one by one. But before that, this is sort of a change, right? And whenever you want to bring a change, you have to have a framework for that. So I want to introduce a framework for change, let's say PPTD, which is you have a people aspect if you want to make a change in general, right? If you want to introduce a new tech or if you want to introduce a new feature, there's a people aspect, there's a process aspect, there's a tech aspect, and there's a data, of course, aspect. And I'm going to use this framework in projection with each principle to tell you some tips and tricks out of some practical experience that I have in this area while implementing data mesh for the last 5 years. So you get also some solid outcome to your teams or to your dev teams after the session. Okay, so the first one is data domain ownership. So this is, if I want to summarize that, this is more of a psychological thing. So each domain contains data, they become more responsible of it. And instead of, in the classical way, they dump the data into the central team and then good luck, deal with it. So this pushes or changes the perspective a little bit. You are creating the data, then you are responsible for it. And you are responsible for it in many angles, the operational and also the analytical angle. So, and that has a very important thing because now the people who understands the data are closer to it. And instead of this IT people, it's more business people. So that if someone has any question, they know whom to reach, and the business team is the best one to answer any business inquiry about their data. And the second thing is, okay, it introduces you own it, it is your responsibility, right? And it's more of a responsibility and accountability, which is super great. So if you have a data quality issue, you should be on your toes as a domain owner to solve that quality because you want to have the best product ever, instead of, dumping into someone else's plate and then good luck with it. And it is very much inspired from a microservices architecture, which is, let's say, divide and conquer. And each service is interacting with another one through a standard, let's say, communications, like, for example, APIs or whatsoever. So if I want to, again, to bring my model that I told you about here, and what does it mean practically to you? So from a technology side, yeah, this is a big challenge because most of the technologies that is in the market now are designed on a centralized way. So there's also a little bit of a lag behind from the tech, but I see a lot of technologies are trying to catch up with this architecture. I'm going to give a small hint about something called CQRS. This is really for the technical people that could help accelerate this technology part. From a process point of view, you need to create the rules that kind of, support this architecture. So you should have a domain owner, someone accountable. You need to revise your data stewardship, for example, and see how you can divide, for example, a business steward or a technical steward on the business domain itself. From a data point of view, you also need to think of a bounded context. So if you generate the data in your CRM application, so the CRM domain should own all the aspect of the data. And from a people point of view, you should have a data domain teams, right? So teams who understand the technical and the operational and the analytical side of the game closer to the domain that the data is being generated into. The second, I promised to talk about CQRS. CQRS, this is maybe too advanced for, let's say, or maybe just for technical people, but it is, let's say, a software architecture that tries to bring the analytical and the technical side together. So I will leave it here for reference. Maybe I will skip it for now for the sake of time, but if someone is interested to know, you can always contact me on LinkedIn and have a talk about it. Second one, which is data as a product. This is a very important second, let's say, principle, because it tries to tackle the responsibility side. So if we change in our mentality that, if you sell a product on Amazon, for example, then you don't want to sell a faulty or a bad product, right? Because people will review it and people won't buy it, right? Similarly with the data. So you want to change your mindset that, okay, this data is my product. I'm responsible for it. I'm responsible for everything on it. I need to have the first and the best product ever in order to compete in the market. I want my product to be usable, valuable, and feasible, and people should like it, rate it, and give it stars, and then become the best product ever. And also, if you have that mentality, then if you have an issue in your product, you would be the first one to try to solve it instead of delegating it to another team. And that is really a fundamental change, because if we reach to this kind of concept, then everyone should be, on their toes. If there's a data quality issue came to your team, oh yeah, this is quality issue in my product, I need to fix it so that people will buy my product. Similar thinking, but then instead of a physical product, we're talking about data here. And with these kind of things in mind, you will avoid what we call a dark data, because in big organizations, you have this data that no one knows it belongs to whom or who generated it. And if you have that kind of concept in your mind, then we will eliminate these dark data spots in our data landscape. And because every piece will have an owner who really appreciates and tries to solve the data challenges and try to have the best data ever. So yeah, so this is like, okay, how can we implement that on reality? So technology-wise, again, you need to think of a technology that has this in its mind. So whenever there's data that gets generated, it can be accessed, for example, through APIs or through streams, etc. From a processes point of view, you need to create from your organizational processes something that incentivizes this kind of mentality. So, for example, you can match the budget of a team by the happiness of the consumers or popularity of their data sets. Something to really gamify, let's say, that kind of thinking. From a data point of view, metadata is a key enabler here, and metadata is data about data, but it really helps in analyzing who is using your data for what purpose and how can I improve the usage of data, etc. And my message here is never compromise metadata. I'm a big fan of metadata. I talk about it in other conferences and also through my LinkedIn, you will see a lot of articles in that area. So metadata is a key success in this pillar. And from a people point of view, you should appoint some, let's say, roles in your organization that supports this architecture. So you can have, for example, a data owner, and by the name, this person is the owner of this produced data. You have, for example, an application owner. This is more the technical counterparty of this person who understands how the data is being stored, etc., etc. And this is just an inspiration, but you can apply it with different naming in your organization. It's not like a standard, it's just a kind of an idea to share. The third pillar in the data mesh architecture, it is the self-service data platform, which ties a lot with the cloud computing, because if you want to enable all these domains to have their own data, both analytical and operational, you need to enable them, right? You cannot just tell them, okay, you need to go to A to B and don't provide a vessel or a car for them. So this is sort of the infrastructure enablement side. And you should be able in your thinking to send or offer to domains infrastructure that can accelerate their data journey. You need to enable them, for example, here by providing a domain agnostic functionality. So if I want to have an analytical, let's say, area to do some analytics, you should offer, and I mean you here is the IT team, should provide something which is agnostic to whether it's being used in finance or HR, right? But then in a click of a button, they can enable some services that has a database, that have, let's say, a PI tool on top. All the network aspect has been taken care of, and all the fuzz around infra is being encapsulated so that they can just use the data and produce and become more productive. And this also requires a new category of tools, because these kind of concepts, as I said, it's fairly new, 2018 and maybe 2019. So we need to be mindful also with the development from the tech point of view and how the big giants like Microsoft or AWS or Google are catching up with this architecture, because historically they've been working with old kind of centralized tech or architecture from the really 50s, 60s. And now to the practical side. So the technology side, of course, cloud plays a major role, and especially the infra as code let's say, concept that it provides. And for people who don't know that, so in the cloud, you can provide, let's say, a template that's being developed by, let's say, the IT team. And you can offer this template to the finance team, to the HR team, to, your procurement. And then they just click on a button and then it will spin off a lot of services, takes care of the infra. And then after a few minutes, you have a fully functional environment to do your data stuff. And that's really a key changer and contributes to the cloud part of this presentation, because without that, if you want to do that on-premise and classical technology, that's a nightmare and takes like, I don't know, months or even half a year to get such a thing done. But in the cloud, it just click of a button, it simplifies the whole things and enable your team to focus on the business part rather than anything else. From a processes, you need to change the mindset of your IT to become more as an enabler for technology rather than owner of it. And from a people point of view, you need to have those enthusiastic people that kind of, try to build something generic to be used by the different domains while still maintain certain organizational standards. And that takes us to the fourth and the last principle, which is the federated governance. Because if we talk about domains and each one has their own kind of, area to do their data, you need to have a common, let's say, framework that these domains are operating on without compromising, let's say, stuff related to the governance. So this is like pretty much like the American, let's say, style of managing the country. You have a federal and you have, each state has its own government, but then they all operate in a federal level. So this is more the federal level. You can define certain standards in your organization. So we are going to use these types of data formats in the organization. Let's say give them 4 or 5 formats and give the freedom to each domain to choose what they like based on their use case. But let's say no one will introduce a fixed format because they just like to do it or have the flexibility to do it, because that will have consequences on the rest of the organization. Interoperability. So when you provide the data, it needs to be understood by a different domain, because most probably the data will need to be shared across domains. So if you want to produce a report that projects the sales per customer, then you need to join 2 data sets from 2 different domains. And these need to be understandable for each other. So interoperability standard need to be defined. Automation is also important here because this is a complex architecture and you should automate as much as you can by providing, let's say, templates and solutions that can save some time from the domain and abstract all the infra hardware kind of complexity. From a practical point of view, from a technology, there is this data marketplace concept. You can read about it. It's really tries to bring or encapsulates all the data activities in one single experience. From a data point of view, we need to decide which decisions can be done in this federal level and which freedom you should give for the domain itself to do. And from a people point of view, people should be trained about data quality, issue management, etc. Last part of the presentation, we're also almost time, is about the challenges about data mesh. So it has also a challenge with specialization because it's brand new. It requires a new level of abstraction, as I just explained, highly skilled set people who have the mentality of develop it and then, use it, develop something and be used by others. So it's really a different kind of thinking. It may introduce data redundancy, so you need to be careful and mindful of how data will be redundant, because if you want to cross-domain integration can be a challenge. So you need to be mindful with the tools that you can use and go for the tools that can do a virtualization rather than physical copy of the data, because that can be a bit challenging. Cost, data mesh is costly because it's, maybe from a storage point of view, maybe from a processing point of view, I would say just be mindful of the cost as well, and also complexity, because it is complex architecture and it's brand new. And usually if you want to jump into a brand new concept, then you need to bear with the complexity till big companies develop, let's say, stuff to be used. I'm going to end with this summary that I explained like 4 or 5 architectures. There's no right or wrong. So you should not, let's say, oh yeah, I'm data mesh or I'm data lake or I'm warehouse or lake house or fabric or whatever. You can also mix and match based on your use case. So that's my advice, and keep close eye on the emerging technologies, because a lot of tech is trying to catch up with these new concepts. And at the end, it's a journey, right? So, and during this journey, you can fall, get hurt, question ourselves. That's fine, right? That's part of the learning. As long as we never stop, we keep moving forward, I think we should be able to reach to the best architecture ever to your product, which is something that every company is trying to achieve. For me, yeah, thanks a lot for having me on this. And now we have some time for question. Feel free to send me a message on LinkedIn if you need any elaboration on a specific topic, and I'm happy to jump and elaborate one-to-one if needed for aspect. Now we can go for questions, I think. Julia, do you have anything?
Yes, Mahmoud, that's great. Thank you very much. This is good presentation, great. And for me, that's interesting, the moving from people, process, technology model to data integration in this model. And what advice would you give to companies what are just moving from this first model to model with data?
Yeah, it's a great question. First of all, I would ask them to wisely think of their next architecture, because data mesh also is not for everyone, right? So if you are a small organization and the amount of data that you have is not that big, and also you don't have that complexity when it comes to, you know, domain ownership and, you know, changing the mentality of people, because that's really hard, then you can stick to one of the classics. If you really have a problem that requires this kind of amount of decentralization, then data mesh could really help. I would say what I said here, let's say, there's no right or wrong, in my opinion. So you can adapt what's good for your company based on the use case, based on a deep analysis of which pillar. So for me, for example, I've used 2 or 3 pillars out of data mesh in my current role, but I don't per se use all of them, because some of them are you know, hard to be applied in my current role or my current company, and requires also a big culture change. And I would say culture is the most important fact here, because you're challenging mindsets, and you need to have a plan also to bring people up to speed to these kind of new architecture and new thinking.
Yes, that's great. Thank you for your advice. And we have 2 minutes, and maybe you can tell us what challenges have you faced in your company when you integrate this approach?
Yeah, so currently at Booking.com, we are modernizing our data. So we are moving from a classic on-prem Hadoop kind of architecture to more a cloud, public cloud architecture on top of AWS. And for that, we are questioning, let's say, or not questioning, but deciding which architecture to do. So what we are doing now, as I said in the previous question, we are using certain pillars from data mesh. So for example, we are, let's say, widely adapting the data domain ownership. So we are heavily investing in our stewardship model. We want to assign an owner for each data asset that we have, because then you have accountable people to reach to, people to verify a certain logic of integration, etc. Data as a product also we are picking up very heavily, because we want people to feel like, okay, I produce this data, it is my baby, you know, and I want to have a good data, and I want to have best product ever, as I always say it. And we're also investing in the self-service part, because that will eliminate a lot of challenges to the domains, and also a bit of federated governance, because we want to have standards. So we are taking all of these into pieces, but also we are applying sort of a data fabric and data mesh, data warehouse, data lake architecture, because that is, in our case, we deal with lots of terabytes every day. So we generate around 70 terabytes a day at Booking.com, which is a massive data. And we have, a petabyte challenges in my company. So we cannot also decentralize everything. So certain pieces need to be centralized. So again, be mindful of which pieces of the architecture you use, but don't be shy to use pieces from a previous architecture and something from a new architecture, because you can do that. It's not like, you know, I need to do this or that.
Thank you very much. Thank you to join us. And I think that next question will be one-to-one with you. And now we are waiting our next speaker. It's
I'm here. Yes, hi.
yes, great. Hello, Jana, and how are you doing?
I'm pretty well, thank you. Hope you are enjoying product camp on Cyprus.
Yes,
Saying hi to you all from Warsaw, from Poland. Today is really, really sunny, so I hope you guys are having really good time too.
yes, yes, that's great. And I think we can continue, and you can switch on the presentation, and we can start because it's our time. And today, Jana will tell us about YouTube influencers and fintech. And you can start.
Do you want me to share the presentation? I thought that it will be from your side, no?
No. Yes, you need to start, and I give you this role.
Okay, so it's like through share screen, right?
Yeah. Is it okay?
I guess that I cannot share, but just give me 1 second, please. So, hi everyone. I'm very glad to see you all here at Product Camp today and hope you're having really good time. Today I'm going to speak about probably not the really obvious topic, but it doesn't mean that it's less interesting, yes? So my topic is YouTube influencers and fintech. Do they really need each other? So I will be asking our host to switch slides. Okay, so please, next slide. Let's speak about the agenda of the today's meeting. So I'd make a short introduction on the company I represent and will share some insight on my own background. Then I'll tell you how YouTube influencers manage their incomes and how do they work with the money they earn. And then we'll switch to the creator economy current stats. After that, the main question, whether fintech and creators are like competitors or partners. And then we'll go to the questions and answers session. Feel free to ask me any questions you want here or in Slack, since I'm only available online this year. So, okay, please, next slide. Some information about the company, who we are. We are not so known in the product scene right now because we've been just making our product MCPA for 2 years. So let me briefly tell you more about what type of company we are. MediaCube is one of the biggest video content owners in the world. We are a service provider and the creator of MCPay, which is a fintech platform for YouTube influencers created to help them manage money earned from YouTube and Facebook. Some short statistics. We manage more than 3,000 creators on YouTube from all countries in the world, from 70. We have paid more than $70 million to creator during the last 12 months, and we've been in the business for 10 years more. So this is how it is. And let's go to the next slide. Some words about me. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at MediaCube, and so I'm the head of influencer marketing agency within MediaCube. And till now, me and my team are helping brands from many countries in the world to reach their new audiences and increase ROI via advertising. So you can see the QR code in the screen. So people who want to connect with me to share expertise and so on, please feel free to do that. So thank you. This is a short introduction about me and the team. Let's go to the next point of the agenda. How many creators, how do creators earn money, and how many creators on YouTube do that? So let's switch to this part of the topic. Did you ever think about how many creators there are really on YouTube? If it's a difficult question for you, let me ask an alternative question. How many influencers on YouTube you personally know and follow? I bet that the number will be no less than, for example, 10 or 15 influencers. Statistically, people on average tend to follow from 5 to 15 influencers at the same time. Let me leave to the veil of secrecy for you and probably make you surprised. There are more than 45 million channels on YouTube in total, and almost 26 of all of them are quite big. They have at least 10 to 100,000 followers. So how many creators have made their YouTube activity into business for the lifetime? Around 2 million bloggers on YouTube make a living through making content. This means all of them are receiving money, sending money, and making investments, and constantly thinking about how to improve the management of money process, which products to use, what platforms to use, and how to deal with it in total. So yeah, let's go next slide. Let's talk about some insights on YouTube incomes. So here in the slide, you can see just a few random examples I have chosen for you to understand how much money creators earn on YouTube right now. So these examples are probably the biggest channels that are the richest, let's say. So you see the numbers, and this is money coming only from monetization on YouTube from the paid views. Here you can add lots of money, a lot of money just coming for branded deals from other types of deals and so on. So yeah, let's go next, please. Here is some more stats on the statement current status of influencer scene. Can you imagine that influencers become a really middle upper class for the industry? These people are making money on their true passion, making content and sharing it with the fan base. 70% of all YouTube creators have earned more than $23,000 and more in 2022. And 77% of all creators are backed by brand sponsorships and native ads. All these people have their own bank accounts at various neobanks, financial platforms, and money apps. And of course, they have money invested into crypto. Let's go next. So I have mentioned that there are some types of revenue streams YouTubers have. So let's dive deeply for you to understand where the money are coming from and why influencers have to manage it and why the fintech is really, really needed. So it's like a short spoiler for you. If we divide all revenue streams creators have in 3 general groups, the picture will be the following. The first stream, YouTube monetization by Google. Every view YouTuber gets counts, really counts. Google makes payouts to creators monthly on a monthly basis. And since March 2022, when monetization, for example, in Russia was stopped, Russian-speaking creators get monetization only for views coming from other countries. This is one example of how it works. There are also some other countries that don't get any monetization at all. For the majority of countries, there is monetization, and creators that launch their business and make content within this country, they can earn money from Google directly for the brands that are buying advertisement on Google platform. So, but it's not, of course, this is not the single revenue stream for the creators. There are also branded deals, which is also important. It means that brands, they book slots for advertising on various types of channels, and it depends on the type of content, on the number of views, stability of views, and other metrics, important metrics that are on YouTube channels. So payouts are done through PayPal, bank accounts, bank cards, wire transfers, even cash sometimes. So yeah. And so the third part, other revenue streams, I put here just non-standard streams like donations, like merch sales, which is also important and can generate a lot of money for the influencer, licensing deals, and so on. Let's go next. Management of money. So with all that given, now you understand how many revenue streams any YouTube creator has. All this money the creator makes should also be dealt with, of course. And this is how YouTube economy and fintech get connected. Here is the point. In respect of money management, an YouTuber requires the same as an average person would require. So money needs to be legally received firstly from platforms, contributing fans, brands, and so on. The creator must pay taxes and be sure that there are enough variants for him and her to get the money legally. Money can be withdrawn in a convenient and legal way so that to avoid high fees and commissions and risks for sure. Money also must be stored and kept safely. Besides traditional banks, where the majority of people prefer to keep their money, there are also lots of neobanks, platforms, crypto wallets, and so on. Another type, how to manage money, how the influencer has to manage money is P2P transfers, of course. Money should be sent and can be sent to another person for daily needs as payment for work, because creators tend to work a lot with freelancers such as designers, managers, agents, video productions, and so on. And the also investment point. Creators want to invest and get additional revenue from that. In these years of instability, YouTubers prefer to make money work. This is why the startup scene in the investment field today is more than full with products and services to make even more money. What comes to my mind as an example is such businesses as Spotter, Jealous Mag, Creative Juice. These are businesses and platforms that allow YouTubers make money on other people's content. If you dive deeply into this type of business, you can ask me. I will, after the speech, I will be very happy to explain how it all works and how services turn their service into a product for a YouTuber to make money in the creator economy field. So other needs include getting fast credits, advanced payouts, especially if the creator is kind of small and needs more money for the promotion and content production. So let's go next. You see that the product scene of financial apps, products and platforms created for YouTube bloggers can correspond to any type of need. FinTech and YouTube influencers have never been bonded more than in 2023. All this happens due to inception of the term, which we call creator economy. Creator economy, what is that? According to Wiki, this is a software facilitated economy that allows creators and influencers earn revenue from all their creations they produce, like videos, photo, content, and so on. But this is the description given by Wiki. How we can call creator economy and explain creator economy term for like for you. So this term appeared not so long time ago. It's like only like 3 or 4 years ago. And creator economy corresponds to creators, influencers, and opinion leaders as individual businesses. In other words, in the management of businesses. The most important part of this is management of incomes and money for sure. And creator economy, it's not only fintech, of course. You can be embarrassed by the word economy included into this term, but it's not only about fintech and financial things, of course. It is much more, it's a bigger term. So let's go next. Here I provide the Maslow hierarchy of needs of an average influencer. Of course, creator economy, as I said, is wider than just money management. It can not only be limited by money management. Creator economy consists of businesses helping creators on all stages of content creation. Let's imagine that we built a Maslow hierarchy of needs of an influencer. So it could be, it could look like this. In the basis, what you see is like red color and orange color. It's finding a niche and developing the channel. So first of all, these are initial stages of making content, such as finding the appropriate niche to make content within and launching, making the channel, making it grow. Here, the creator economy is about making video production. So various kinds of video production services, sound libraries, photo stocks, and so on. Everything that can help a new creator make the channel, produce the channel. So to make the channel stand out. Everything used here also corresponds, all the businesses used here also correspond to the creator economy. Then we go upper and we see growing and interacting and collaborating, light orange and yellow colors. 2 stages that are very important for the other type of creators. When the channel is created, then it's time to grow and interact and collaborate. So to correspond to the influencers on that stage, creator economy offers products to interact with other opinion leaders, analytical systems to track and collect all kinds of data. And the top of that, when the basis needs and demands are satisfied, the request for financial support arises. And here comes fintech within creator economy for all YouTube influencers. All green colors on the top of this pyramid are for earning revenue, managing business, and managing money earned. content creators become fintech oriented when they have a stable business already, so which is growing. It means that creator economy provides a lot of fintech products to those who already have money. And when they have money, of course, they have something, product, an app, a platform to deal with it. Let's go to the next slide. Short macro stats of creator economy and fintech. So according to the NEO Region Influencer Marketing Hub benchmarking report, the market size of creator economy, which I mentioned as of 2022, is $104.2 billion. You imagine that investment is also very, very impressive. It's like $800 million invested into the creator economy products, including fintech products, since 2020. Let's go to the next slide. Here I give a short insight into the creator economy market map. I'm sorry if the slide is not really understandable. If you want, I can share later the better vision of it. So here is a really interesting statistics corresponding to 3 layers of creator as business. So first includes the birth of marketing platforms and some social media that help creators arise. The second layer is about the emergence of influencer marketing and the influencer marketing scene itself. And the third layer, which is corresponding to fintech, actually, is creator as businesses. Brands and products that help creators work with their money, invest, manage, store, keep, send, and everything I have mentioned before. Let's go next. Here is how creator economy and fintech are bonded. This is about banking services. This is about legalization of funds. This is about making payments. This is about investment and some fancy stuff, which I call like credits, advanced payments, express payments, everything the brand can impress the creator with. So let's go to the next slide. I will share some insight on how a service provider team can become a product-oriented team on our own example. So we've been playing as a service provider for 10 years, and just 2 years ago, we have decided to switch to a product and develop our brand within the creator economy and fintech. So we've launched the product, which is called MC Pay, MediaCube Pay, which is tailored to bloggers 100% from YouTube. And so this decision was not a quick one, because we were going towards this decision for a few years before, as you understand. And we understood that there is a need from our partners that are living everywhere in the world, like in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, in the US, in Europe, that they need various kinds of services. They need various kinds of currencies to get money from brands and from YouTube for monetization. They need money quickly, not in a month, when they are stored and paid to us. So from all that, given all that into consideration, we decided that the best way is to provide them with a separate product, not just a service they can use for themselves. So we have launched the product to receive funds from all sources, to get paid in advance, to withdraw in more than 50 local currencies, to invest into crypto, send money to peers, and so on and so forth. So now we have more than several thousand users of this app within our network. We provide this product to other similar companies like ours in various kinds of regions, in Arab region, in Latin region, in Europe also. They are using this product as a white label product and make payouts to their own partners. So this is what is showing us the real need for fintech from the side of influencers. So let's go to the next slide, which is almost the last one. So if we ask the question whether fintech is really important to influencers, I'd say that yes, it is. And it's also very important to creator economy as an industry, which is rather new. So I hope that from my short and not really too marketing deep report, you have understood how these two parts correspond to each other, YouTubers and fintech. And this is a really interesting thing to keep attention to, because this industry will be consistently growing in further years as well. So I was happy to make this not really product about, not really marketing about, research and speech. So I hope that you enjoyed, and probably you have some questions. I guess that I made it on time. So yes, feel free. We still have some time left. Thank you for your attention.
Jana, that's great. Thank you very much. That's really interesting research about needed influencers and fintech. And for me, it was interesting the model pyramid about manage money. And it is like, yes, it's like a Maslow pyramid, but in the app it's manage money, but we have a lot of creators, and my question is what is percent of creators really need this upper manage money system?
So thank you for your question. It's a great question. As I mentioned in my report, there are thousands of creators making money. Of course, they are not necessarily millionaires. They can make less than $10,000 per month or less, but still, when the creator starts making money, any amount, it becomes clear that he should understand where to how to manage it, how to make money work. For example, let me give a short example based on my own experience from working at MediaCube. We have a lot of middle-sized and small creators that are just starting to make money on YouTube. They are not big and they don't have many branded deals, so they make hardly $1,000 per month. So you understand that this is not much, but since they make this money from their passion, their hobby, some of them still are working full-time at their job and they are making YouTube content for fun. They think about this small amount of money as their biggest asset, and they want it to be used effectively. And this is why they reach out to us and ask whether they can make a small credit for launching as another type of business, whether they can make an advanced payment for another type of their activity. So they want to manage this small amount of money the most effectively they can. And they want to invest. They want to keep this money safely in one place, or just put it for lots of other platforms and devices and apps and so on. They want their money to be kept. And this means that even the smallest influencer, when they start to making money, they definitely need something to make them, to allow them manage it effectively. So there are 90% of influencers that will require this, and add to this influencers from Instagram, from TikTok, from Snapchat, which I'm not speaking about.
Yes, so that's interesting topic, because we are waiting your next research about TikTok, Instagram maybe, because I think it's the biggest platform and they need to manage money too. And maybe last question about what do you think, what development opportunities fintech still has. Maybe something new, or maybe, for example, investment can be more in this managing. What do you think?
If I understand the question correctly, of course, there is a lot of space for other developments, for startups to join this industry, for providing influencers with more fintech opportunities. So I will not be, I'm not sure how many companies and products they are already on this scene and industry, but I can assure you that it's more than several thousand digital and product apps and platforms helping influencers work with this all. So it's very important to find the niche because to get the best tactics and the best things from other brands, from other products, and think about what type of specifically the product will be targeted at. So when we were launching our app, our platform, MCPay, for making payouts to influencers, we thought about the demand, what the creators would really need. And any type of development team or a service provider, according to our example, it can work, can just find that niche that is not now full with other types of similar brands and products. So I can say that, as I mentioned, the creator economy field and fintech especially things that make management of money easy for YouTubers and other creators will be growing. So there is enough space for all.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thanks a lot, Yana, and thank you to join us. And now we are going to break and see you in our next session at 3:30 in our product camp. And Yana, have a good day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so
we are
much.
waiting your next research.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
See you.
Hi everyone, my name is Barbara and I'll be moderating this online stream session of ProductCamp Cyprus. These 2 days were very exciting and hyper energetic thanks to our participants. So thank you guys for joining us and making this event so memorable. So let me introduce the first speaker, Nacho Bassino, the Director of Product at Sing Spain, who will deliver his speech on product strategy. I'm sure that'll be very powerful. Nacho, hi, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Perfect.
Recording in progress.
Perfect. So ready to kick off?
Excellent. Yes, ready to kick off. And I hope everyone enjoyed the lunch break and already I'm trying to make this a bit more energetic to wake you up. But as said, I will try to speak about strategy. That's a topic that I'm really passionate about. And actually, I will talk about how the strategy helps empower teams and how it's connected to product discovery. So to get started with that topic, I would like to invite you all to imagine with me one of the situations in which companies are investing into a new product. So it can be a startup receiving new fundings, or can be a large corporation launching a new product line. And it's interesting because many of us may have felt this situation because this is when companies are trying to hire product managers or give product people a new challenge to solve. And actually this happened to me some years ago in a travel company called Despegar.com, and you can think about it as Expedia in Latin America. And in this situation, the company was already well established, very big in the B2C online market. But the B2C online market for travel in Latin America at that point in time was 15% of the entire market. So there was 85% of the market that we cannot even touch, no matter how good our product is. So the company decided to start a new product line around B2B, which basically is selling the products we have to sell to other travel agencies that will in turn sell it to their customers for a commission. So they put me in charge of this product team. We grew it almost overnight to 50 people. We have a very nice kickoff. So you can see there the product round, but with the engineers and UX people, we were more than 50. Of course, we have a very nice kickoff with a barbecue, because this was back in Argentina, where I'm originally from, and every kickoff must have a barbecue. But after being fed, we get to work. And when we get to work, we actually were doing all the things we thought were valuable for these customers on this market. So we started by having a flow to rent hotel nights. We sold airline tickets, activities, car rental. We expanded geographically because we were basically starting in Argentina, but the company was already operating in 20 markets. So we quickly expanded and did all the product changes to expand to these 20 markets. And we actually also work in the payment methods, which you can imagine are quite different, the B2C from B2B payment methods. So we were doing all sorts of things that were valuable for the product and adding functionality and really growing it. And we felt like this very interesting bunch of people trying to pull market share towards our direction. We were very passionate and a very talented team, I must admit. So you can imagine that with all this investment, a very talented team, very eager to conquer the market, and a very big market opportunity, can be only one result, right? Actually, no, the results were quite disappointing. And basically, we were not a complete failure, but the amount of growth that we have was didn't met the expectations from the company, both from the size of the investment they were doing and the size of the opportunity we have in the marketplace. Now, looking back at that experience, and maybe 12 or 18 months later when we failed, I realize now that what we lack, and you can derive this from the title of the talk, we lack strategy. And I thought, okay, poor Nacho, kind of new product leader, didn't know about the strategy. But the unfortunate truth is that most product companies don't have a product strategy. And don't take my word for it. Marty Kagan, that I hope you all know, arguably probably the most known product guru in the world these days, he said, and he works in Silicon Valley with very prominent companies doing coaching and consulting, and he said that most product organizations he meets don't have a product strategy. It's not that product strategy is bad, it's simply inexistent. So this is a huge problem, and some 5 years ago, I started reflecting more considerably about this challenge and trying to understand why that many companies don't have product strategy. And I try to summarize my findings in this shops to be done forces diagram, which is a very simple diagram trying to explain that people uses a product or has a solution or behavior and is considering adopting a new product, solution, or behavior. In this case, no strategy and strategy. And we have forces that kind of push us in the direction of adopting something new and forces that prevent us from adopting this new thing. And in the case of a strategy, there is no product leader that will tell you, no, I don't want to be strategic. I want to be chaotic. I don't need strategy. We all know that we need more strategy and be more strategic. We have faced the disconnection from vision to actions. We have faced, as I was explaining, kind of teams going all over the place and lacking some very meaningful impact in one direction. And we feel the waste of resources that is related to that. But without all that forces to adopt strategy, we have even harder blocking forces. There are a myriad of them, and probably most visible is, hey, we are bogged down in tactical work. We are firefighting all day, so we have all these problems that prevent us from adopting strategy. But I found a more underlying problem, and very persistent one, which is what I call the lack of method. So if you ask product leaders what a strategy is, they may fail to answer you what strategy really is and how to build a product strategy and who is accountable for the product strategy. So all these problems are wrapped in the lack of method. And that's why I will try to talk today about a practical approach to how to build product strategy, also discuss how it's connected to the rest of the product work we are doing, most prominently discovery, and finally, how doing this work helps with empowering product teams. And before jumping into the content, since I didn't introduce myself, I want to say that I've been working in digital products for almost 2 decades now, and most of it has been leading product teams. I had roles from director engineer to CPO, and in different companies, different industries, travel, gaming, now at Sing, different company sizes. But maybe more important to my role today in this talk, in the last years, I've also been trying to share my experiences with speaking and writing many articles. And also I've been training more directly with product people, training, coaching, and consulting companies. You can find my work in productdirection.co. And 2 years ago, I published a book called Product Direction, which tried to cover a practical approach to product strategy and how to connect it to execution through roadmaps and OKRs. So without further ado, let's jump into this practical approach. And I would say that when we are thinking about creating a product strategy, of course, what I want to present is a model, is a sort of framework, if you want. And as any framework that is an abstraction of a reality, and in case of strategy, a very complex reality, it will be, say, wrong, but hopefully most of it will be useful, and you will be able to extract tools that you can adapt to your context to make it actionable in your product or your company. I talk about product strategy like 4 phases or 4 building blocks: insights, select, goals, and synthesis. I will go through each of them in a second, but you will see that in the extremes, we have gather information and communication. Why I don't feel those are steps? Because this is something that we do constantly. So on the gather information side, hopefully product teams are constantly trying to do some discovery and trying to research the market and trying to benchmark competitors and so on. So this is every time feeding to our potential strategy. So you will not sit down to the strategy and gather information. You will constantly gather information, and once you do the strategy, you already have it. And the same for communication. You will not kind of finish your strategy creation, communicating once and be done with it. It's something that you constantly in your everyday work needs to constantly relate back to what your strategy is. But we will get to that. Let's start by the beginning and let's discuss insights. So what are insights? Insights is this identification of either a problem or a tendency in the market or opportunity of an underserved need that if we act on them, we believe we can have an interesting impact in our product, both in terms of the value we provide for our users and the value we can capture for our company. And why are insights so important? Because if we are not following insights, we are simply basing our strategy on hunches. So as product leaders that want to be evidence-based, we don't want to put our VC money or our big investment from our large corporation into simply our hunch. We want to be very strict in doing this diagnosis based on the information we are gathering and trying to identify these insights that are based on the facts that we are seeing. But as I was saying before, this seems a bit abstract, so let's make it a bit more practical. There are several tools to capture insights, but I want to refer to one that is very easy and hopefully something that many teams are already using or have already heard about, which are opportunity solution trees. This is a tool created by Teresa Torres, a very great product author. And basically, the tool is based on having at the very top of a tree the outcomes you are trying to achieve, and can be one or a couple of them or a few of them. But beneath those opportunities, you will have, beneath those outcomes that you're trying to achieve, you will have the opportunities you have to achieve those. And if you think about a hierarchy, you can have a very high level opportunity at the beginning, and then you can decompose that into lower level opportunities. And this can go then into potential solutions, set a solution for each opportunity. And for each solution, you can have a set of experiments. For a strategy, we want to focus on the top part, so the outcomes and the opportunities. And how they can help us in two meaningful ways when doing the strategy. The first one is in helping us visualize our options. So especially for more mature products or mature companies, the options can be widely different, and it might be difficult to explore and compare them. So having these trees helps product teams actually put things together and make a more structured conversation with stakeholders, because you can actually see your options in a clear way. The second important point is that it helps us, instead of, we are all humans, so we tend to say, hey, this is a very good opportunity, let's run with it and build our strategy based on the first opportunity we came across, or the first opportunity that we think is very valuable. And I want to explain that with a quick example. That is the one in the slide. And this is from a groceries delivery app back 5 years ago. So it's not, now they are super ubiquitous, but back 5 years ago, this company was starting, and they knew that they wanted to, of course, increase sales. And to do that, they need to have more stores. If they had more stores, they will cover more customers, and then the sales will increase. It was very straightforward thinking, very straightforward strategy that they were putting in place. But when they said, wait a minute, let's think about what other ways we have to increase groceries, they realized there were other big opportunities out there. And they focused, for example, in how they can increase the average order value, how can increase the frequency of purchase of the customers. And they realized that they have equally sized opportunities in these branches. So this is a very helpful tool to avoid this narrow or siloed thinking and help us visualize a broader set of opportunities. Very important for the insights phase, in which we are trying to come up with as many as we can. And I want to do a brief pause from the practical approach to product strategy path, because here is where discovery can be really helpful. As I was saying before, the gathering info part is not something we do once. We are doing constantly. And if you think about teams that are constantly doing product discovery, we have all these activities like, for example, interviewing customers, running experiments, validating things that will give us these learnings that can be the insights that will feed our tree. So this continuous work help us build a tree that when we come to the strategy phase can be the basis to make our selection that we'll explain in a second. So all these discovery efforts feed into our kind of day-to-day work and the product we are building, shaping, and delivering, but also the learnings we are having feed into our strategy to have a broader sense of the opportunities we have and how we may structure our future work through the strategy. Okay, so that's the pause for saying where discovery fits strategy, but let's go back to the practical approach to strategy to discuss our second step, which is select. And you have heard many times that strategy is all about focus. So again, here is the most prominent part of select is having focus on one or very few set of opportunities that we believe are the most promising strategic drivers. The two things to say about that. The first one is that there must be a trade-off involved. So when you're saying yes to something, you are saying no to many other things. And this is where trade-off comes in. If you are not doing, by pursuing a strategy, you are not doing a very serious trade-off, so you are not saying no to something, say, painful, most likely you are not considering all your options, or you are kind of following a very undifferentiated path, or your strategy is too high level, and you are saying, by selecting this at its very high level, I'm saying yes to everything that is below. So that's important to consider when you're saying focus, consider that you need to have a trade-off, but also more importantly, when we are selecting this focus, we are not trying to optimize return on investment. What we are trying to do with our strategic selection is trying to build a positioning and a differentiation in the market. So we're trying to say, we are going to be the best for X. And this is based on our strengths and the strengths that we can build and defend over time to our competitors. So since this may sound a bit abstract, I would love to tell you a story. And this is the story of early days Netflix, when Netflix was doing DVD by email, so many years ago. And basically, this story is told in the book That Will Never Work, with one of the early founders of Netflix. And they were approached by Amazon, also Amazon in the early days, so very successful Amazon at that time in the selling books business, but they were trying to build new categories. And of course, DVDs was on their target. And they approached Netflix because Netflix was renting DVDs by email, but also selling DVDs and delivering by email. So it was very fitting to what Amazon was doing, and they went to a jump start in the DVD business. So they approached them, they would try to acquire them. The deal, as you know, never happened. But when the founders of Netflix walked out of that meeting, they realized that Amazon was going to get into the DVD business, and they will never be able to compete with Amazon in selling DVDs. So at that moment, they decided to kill that side of the business. So they have selling and renting, saying, no, we will focus on renting. Why? Because we have a very strong differentiation. We are the ones who can build this. It's an advantage because there is a logistics that we have built over time and we are very good at, and we can defend that. And we have a very clear value proposition to our customers. Now, the side part of the story is that at the moment they make that decision, more than 90% of the revenues were coming from the selling DVD. So you can see how powerful the trade-off was at the moment. For sure, in your strategies, hopefully it's not that hard of a decision, or not that they are not so much at stake. But this is the level of commitment in building a positioning, building a strength, and making clear trade-offs to get there. So hopefully that covers selection, but how does after selection looks and how it's combined with the goals. So of course, as I was saying before, making selection is basically deciding on strategic drivers. In this case, for example, following our example, I will go to the last line. We have our company that was trying to have all these insights, and they still decided that the focusing on making easier store onboarding was very helpful for them. And this is also an interesting trade-off, because they say, hey, until now, we are manually selecting and putting stores in our app. We will now do a self-service mode. And this is a big assumption because it has all sorts of consequences. But this is the sort of trade-off they want to say. And because they were achieving a very ambitious goal, which is increasing stores by 25%, something that they cannot even think about doing with their current model. But interestingly enough, this has also a very strong hypothesis that the stores will be willing to do the self-onboarding, because until now they were kind of doing this manually for the stores. So stores will come to a platform, will fill in some information, and will appear now in their app, but there will not be interaction between them and their kind of, let's say, the customer success team that they already have. So this is something we want to do in the goals phase, that is not only stating a goal for the strategic driver we select, but also clearly stating which are the assumptions we have for this goal. And if you are following what I said before, you can already see that this fits again into our discovery by clearly stating during the goals phase our strategic assumptions to base these goals on, we can already tell the teams afterwards that this assumption needs to be tested. So we can put a level of risk to it, but essentially we're saying, hey, we need more discovery on this strategic driver. All right, coming to the last step, synthesis. What are we trying to do here? We want to make our strategy clear and memorable, because our strategy needs to be communicated over and over. So we can have our big document, our big strategy depth, but we want an artifact that I usually say is one-pager. Doesn't need to be any particular format. I usually present one tool, but you can explore others. This is what I call the drivers model, in which you have 1, 2, or 3 strategic drivers. And for each of them, you will have your key goal and a brief explanation of why this is important. So you can see, for example, going back to my example, here we have the example for the app, and they have a store onboarding on one of the strategic pillars. They have plus 25 stores as the goal they were trying to achieve. And they have an explanation of why this is important. This is limiting our growth, and we need more stores. So coming to a conclusion, how is this empowering our teams? If we zoom out for a second, we know that when doing discovery, what we are trying to do, and hopefully, I mean, if you are a software factory, you are only doing delivery, trying to achieve the results of what you are being told to build. But when you are doing discovery, you have opportunities, and you are trying to validate these opportunities. And through that validation, you will select what solution to build. But there is an interesting problem here, that no one is telling these discovery teams what opportunities to work on. So going back to my original example, that we were facing all these different opportunities, all were valuable. We were doing discovery and delivering all of them, and they were individually successful. But we lack some previous work to say, these are the opportunities that will be more valuable and will create the differentiation we want in the market. And this is the role of the direction phase that fits into the discovery and essentially help us align on the most important opportunities, clarify why they are important, how they contribute to the vision, and set the teams up for success during discovery and delivery. Of course, when thinking about product direction, it's not only strategy, that's the focus I had today, but this strategy will also be explained through a roadmap and then connected to OKRs. And the roadmap is interesting because it will lay our strategic pillars in order for us to see what's coming up next. And this will be also a big input for discovery of what's coming in future quarters. And as takeaways, we can say there is a practical approach for product strategy. So if you are lacking method, as I said before, there is a practical way to do it. The discovery activities inform the product strategy. So it's very important work that needs to be connected to the strategy process. And finally, strategy is the foundation to give teams the empowerment they need to do successful product discovery. If you're looking for more, you can download these slides. And also in the same place, you can have access to a quick guide to product strategy that you can find in productdirection.co. And if you're looking for more articles or the podcast I have around product strategy, interviewing other product leaders about their experiences, you can go to productdirection.substack.com. And that's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Nacho. Like, I think your presentation is a treasure. I hope everyone was taking notes. So I have a couple of questions that I got from the viewers of this stream. So the first one, so what are the metrics or KPIs that you use or you believe are most suitable or relevant to measure product strategy goals?
Good question. So since I was saying all products are different, the key goals for strategy depends on your product. So for example, for a software as a service B2B, will be all around the pilot metrics of the monthly recurrent revenue. And for B2C e-commerce product will be all around conversion rate. So you can find many ways in which you can find many articles around which is the key metric for different type of product. But I would say that this is related to the North Star framework, in which you say, hey, for this product, your North Star should be this. and you can build your strategy around, okay, how we contribute to this North Star metric.
Okay, thank you very much. And so one more. So recently, HR managers started to hire product managers that have diverse background. They know how to code, they have experience in sales, account management, so on and so forth. So do you think that that's kind of necessity in these days to have this various background in order to become a successful product manager, and why?
Interesting.
Yes, yeah. And your wife, no.
It's a very broad question. So let me tackle it from two angles.
Yeah.
So the first one is background. I do believe that there is no kind of one single path to product management. You can come from, saying, kind of engineering is a typical path, but also design is nowadays more common path. Also coming from any, say, business-related topic like sales or customer success or marketing is also a good path. What I usually say is that product management is something that you learn on the field. So you can be a very senior marketing person. That doesn't make you a senior product person. So you need to probably climb up the ladder again, and you will learn many of the traits of or the skills of product management on the field. But maybe going back to what I was saying before, I think that all this variety of backgrounds are super useful. And the second angle is the diversity topic. So if I have a team, let's say I'm a VP of product, and I need to have different product managers, does it help to have product managers from different disciplines? I will actually say that I feel that the background can help you identify in which type of product this product manager will thrive. For example, if I have this marketing person, putting them in a very back-endish API product will probably not be any good. So I would say that depending on your background, you are better suited to be successful in certain products.
All right. Okay.
I hope that answered the question. But
yeah, you did. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope to see you next time at the ProductCamp Netherlands.
Okay. Sounds super great.
Yeah.
So thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining. All right. So we move to the next speaker, and let me introduce Magna Pai, the Chief Design Officer from the company in Heden, Germany. Hi, Magna. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm perfect. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. So, and the topic that Magna is going to cover is investing in self-care. I think it's super relevant to many of us. So the floor is yours. Start once you're ready.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope I live up to the hype.
You do.
But yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So good evening, everybody. I am honestly so excited and pleased to talk to you all. I'm Magna Pai, and I am the Chief Design Officer and co-founder at Heden, a startup and a tech angel based in Darmstadt, Germany. So today I am here to convince you to invest in yourself and to invest in self-care. Now, if you knew me at all, you'd know that I am amazing at giving advice. And I also have a PhD in do as I say, not as I do. But I promise I'm working on it. But before we jump in, let's put some things into context, right? So I come from an architecture background where life was all about all-nighters in the company of AutoCAD and amazing cup noodle dinners and a movie. Nobody in the architecture field ever spoke about self-care, and I adapted very well to this lifestyle. It came very easy to me. So pulling all-nighters while I worked on my design and still managing to be awake and alive the next day was easy. After all, I was young back then. Things didn't change a lot when I decided to transition to another field of design, so UX, UI, and strategy. I knew deep in my heart that my passion lay in creating experiences in the digital realm than the physical, and I was motivated to get going. Around the same time, which was in 2018, I met Dennis Cole, the CEO and founder at Heden. And I joined the team after proving my worth through a logo design, one that you see to this day. When I joined in Heaven, it was a small group of very passionate, smart, and hardworking people that essentially worked day and night to make it big. However, in this already small group, I happened to be the only designer on board. Almost overnight, I went from someone just moving away from architecture to a design advocate, trying to set a foundation of design at the startup. Now, for anyone that has ever worked in a startup, especially in the very early stages of inception, where you're just trying to survive, you know that self-care is a luxury and usually the absolute last thing on your mind. That's at least how it was for me. I believed in the mission at Heaven, and I hit the ground running and buried myself in setting everything up. And boy, did I really work hard. In the midst of working on the design foundation of the company, I had to help with client presentations, client projects, building a portfolio to market our services, and consult with every team member on all things design. So the tasks obviously piled up immensely. I was overloaded, overworked, and constantly overwhelmed. And I always asked myself, why? Why is this happening? And after the cycle repeated itself over and over, I said, enough is enough. I set aside some time, and after some very deep thinking in the beautiful Himalayas, I boiled my issues down to 3 main reasons. Okay, I am really joking, because if you knew me, you would know that I'm actually really highly allergic to hiking. But I did boil it down to 3 reasons. So, reason number 1, saying yes to others, but rarely saying it to myself. Now, invest in self-care can be interpreted in so many ways. Everyone brings their own experiences and perspectives to this topic. For me, the first thing I had to do was say yes to myself. Say yes to going to the gym instead of working over hours. Say yes to cooking a meal instead of ordering in. And most importantly, say yes to spending time with loved ones instead of sitting alone at my desk completing a task that can wait till tomorrow. Saying yes to yourself is the most important aspect of self-care, because putting ourselves on the back burner while we face all the other challenges that the world throws at us is the easy thing to do. Putting your well-being first doesn't come easy, but it is certainly worth it. Now, reason number 2, the feeling guilty when I shouldn't be conundrum. Here's a very interesting question. What do you do if your self-care routine somehow makes you feel worse? I have only been a designer by profession since my design studies, but I have been a designer at heart since I was 5. I always enjoyed creating new things, working on arts and crafts. And when I was old enough to use a computer, I learned various design softwares all the way from Photoshop to Illustrator. And somewhere inside, I'm still that little girl. My guilty pleasure is actually browsing through Product Hunt and finding new tools and softwares I can learn. I love reading design books and browsing through Pinterest and collecting inspiration, and also finding new ways to solve design problems. But all these things that brought me joy also made me feel very guilty. I felt guilty when I indulged in design during my time off, because I wasn't able to distinguish between design I do for work and the design that I do for myself. Now, that boundary seemed very blurry to me, and it made me feel like I was never really switching off and giving myself the time to recharge before a fresh bout of work. What helped me the most was understanding that when you're truly passionate about something, it doesn't feel like work. You don't indulge in it because you think it'll further your career or improve your career prospects, but you do it because it makes you feel good and you feel fulfilled and happy and recharged. And thus, I started approaching design outside of work as a hobby and passion. So I indulged in learning tools and skills that might never benefit my career, but provided me a sense of pride and fulfillment. And this bifurcation has actually allowed me to feel passionate about design both inside and outside of work. Reason number 3, hustle without patience. So another thing to be wary of is hustle culture, right? So a quick Google search will be the following definition, where hustle culture refers to the mentality that one must work all day, every day in pursuit of their professional goals. And I don't really have to tell you twice that this isn't sustainable. So a startup, however, is likely to have a culture that resembles hustle culture. After all, startups are known to be passionate, driven, agile, and fast-moving. But the difference between a successful and an unsuccessful startup can often be in their mentality and attitude towards things like hustle culture. For example, in Hedden as well as passionate, driven, agile, and fast-growing. But we understand intrinsically that change takes time. It takes time to see certain results. It takes time to grow sustainably. And that burning out for short-term gains will make us suffer in the long term. And our plans are for the long term. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with passionate, right? Like, absolutely not, because passion is an amazing driving force for any business or job. However, passion must definitely be accompanied with discipline and patience in order to be fully leveraged to your advantage. And this is something very important for us to understand. I know that most of you here are incredibly talented and passionate individuals. Most of us believe deeply in something, a vision, a mission, a purpose. And for me, my vision aligns with the vision at Hedden, empower ideas. And I still go above and beyond when it comes to making this company a success. I show up, I participate, I work consistently day in and day out. But just as I show up for work, I try to show up consistently for myself, day in and day out. Because what I learn and invest in myself during my time off, be it directly or indirectly, makes me who I am and empowers me to empower others. And my creativity is recharged by the time I spend away from my desk, taking in the world around me, learning new things, meeting new people, and creating new experiences. Because the life experience we bring to the table almost never comes from just sitting at the table. Now, as you can see, self-care for me is not about completely shutting off and not even thinking of anything design, but rather integrating my personal passions to empower myself in all aspects of life. By choosing work-life integration instead of work-life balance, I overcome the panic and anxieties associated with being strict with wealth, but rather allow myself the flexibility to cater to my work 100% when absolutely necessary. And on the flip side, cater to myself 100% when I desire. So work-life integration has enabled me to be kind to myself and helps me go easy on myself when I order in one night after a long day at work. Now, identifying these 3 learnings and having these values be an intrinsic part of our organization was important in order to avoid a culture of win a battle, lose the war. Sometimes it's important to remind yourself of the long-term goals and not burn out while you chase short-term gains. This becomes key when you're leading a team. You then have a responsibility to protect and empower your team. It is important to ensure that your bad habits and stressors don't trickle down to your team, but also to be kind to yourself and to your team if they do, because at the end of the day, it is important to recognize and be proud of the fact that we're all human. To be human is to be empathic, to take life with its highs and lows, to lean on each other, and to lift each other up. And when you have this transparency and communication within your team, it enables you to have better understanding and a closer relationship with a foundation in empathy and kindness.
Therapeutic.
Sorry. In the end,
Sorry.
It's okay. In the end, the most important pillars of self-care are saying yes to yourself and being kind to yourself. So reminding yourself that sometimes even just starting something new is good enough. Staring at the blank canvas is usually bound to give you anxiety. But the second you decide to draw that first line, it empowers you to get into a flow as natural as the air around you. And when it comes to self-care, this flow and flexibility will only help you. Or you can just disregard everything I just said and be like our Chief Cuddle Officer, Nova, and just lay on the couch all day and not have a care in the world for anything but yourself. Thank you very much for your time. And please do let us know more about your experiences with work-life integration on socials. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Magna. That was very curative, I think, to all of us listening to you and to writing down all your advices. Yeah, and I think that was very inspiring to many of us too. So I have a couple of questions. So you mentioned that some companies or some teams are adopting this life and work balance. Do you know any of the examples, recent examples that when companies are adopting this work-life balance approach, and what do they do exactly? What are the practices they can share with others?
I can actually speak from personal experience at Manhattan itself. It's with the for us definitely it's and I think for most people that especially work in a startup, right? It's almost next to impossible to have balance in the sense of you just completely cut off all communication with work even after hours, because sometimes you have a client or whatever, it's a lot at stake. For us, it's all about work-life integration, where actually we have flexible work hours, we are flexible in terms of the vacations, we are flexible in terms of, okay, when you work, how you work, where you work. And I think these different flexibilities, let's say, give you the space to define, okay, I do enjoy my work and I want to work maybe on my vacation, but I have to, and like to be flexible about it. So for sure, it's work-life integration, let's say, is all about defining what works for you. And there's no right or wrong way of going about it. This is exactly one of the things that made me feel guilty in the past about like actually enjoying my work. And then everyone was like, oh, you're working all the time. But I do enjoy it, right? It brings me peace. So, and defining that and make it clear to your team lead or your company about, okay, maybe it's about flexible work hours, maybe it's about remote work, maybe it's about offsite work where you want to travel around. And to be clear about this and be transparent about this can help, because what works for me will not work for you, right? Like it's all different from person to person. So this is what I would say.
Thank you. And so what if a company decides to adopt this work-life balance approach? Where should they start from? What should they do first? What would you recommend?
Honestly, when any company starts with anything new, it's always nice to go from a bottom-up approach rather than top-down, right? So when you make new regulations, when you make new compliances, etc., new feature strategies, it's always nice to talk to the team and actually understand what they need and not just what you assume they need. And I'm also coming at this as a designer, because we designers are always about the user, right? And when you are making new rules for your company, it's all about your team and it's not about you. So definitely talking to the team about their needs. So of course, it also depends, right? If you have a lot of people that want to go back to school, for example, and do part-time work and part-time studies, then they have very different needs from maybe your team has a lot of young parents where they might need a lot more, remote work opportunities, whereas maybe the students might need more time in the office. They can kind of meet other people and network. So the needs are very different. And as well, when it comes to work-life balance, there are so many different things that are possible, and you can always kind of blend and merge things together. So it could be like remote work and flexible vacations or something along these lines. But talking to your team is the first and easiest way to figure out what a company needs to do. Because I can give you 10 points, 10 commandments of work-life balance, but it might not work for your company. right? So if for me, for example, at Manhattan, if someone said, okay, like we are going to turn off your system at 5 o'clock in the evening, you're not allowed to work anymore, that would not work for me. I don't like that. I want to be able to work whenever I want to work, and or do my designs or whatever, right? So I think figuring out exactly what your team needs and trying to find the balance between, okay, what they need, what you need. As a company, let's say you can't, of course, if your team wants to sit on the couch all day and not do anything, it's not going to work. But to find that compromise is the best way to move forward. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Magna, for joining us today, and I wish you a great evening ahead.
Thank you so much
Friday,
for having
by the way. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thanks a lot. All right, then. Yeah, thank you, you too. So we are done for today. Thank you all of you guys for joining the online stream and sending us your questions. Hope you enjoyed the last day of ProductCamp Cyprus, and we hopefully see you in Amsterdam quite soon. Follow us on the social media networks and send us questions about the upcoming events. Thank you so much for joining, and goodbye.